Testing 1, 2, testing, testing.
Hey, good morning, everyone. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It is February 4th. We're in a special location. You're looking at the inside of the Clear Creek Health and Wellness Center if you're on Zoom. So the first thing on the agenda is public comment. Do we have any members of the public here to make a comment? I don't see anyone in the room. Megan, do you see anyone online? If you are on Zoom and you wish to make a public comment, find the raise your hand button. We're just gonna give you 30 seconds to scramble and find that if you are doing so.
Not seeing anyone so far.
Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. Next thing on the agenda is county commissioner updates. Who would like to begin? Typically, the chair will comment last on pretty much everything.
I guess I can go. Not really a whole lot, getting used to the new role and spending time down going over bills with CCI and CCAT. Is pretty much what I've been doing.
The same, Jody, George and I went down to Denver to meet with the Colorado Counties Incorporated. And they went through all the bills that could impact counties and asking for people's, the county commissioners. It was, there's 64 counties in the state of Colorado. And we went down to represent our county. It's one county, one vote. And we made comments on various bills that could impact our county. And then I went to, and this is probably stealing your thunder, but I went to the state Capitol with George and watched him testify in front of the health committee about a particular bill, which I'll let you mention.
Yeah, this is a universal healthcare study bill. Got some support from staff, was glad to have it. Asked our wonderful HR director, Carol Ann Fortune, what kinds of stories she has about our staff trying to access the health benefits that we pay for. A lot of troubling stories. It turns out private insurance has, as a practice, denies claims and makes the lives hard of the people that are sick and need care. Also passed along a reference to stories that are coming out of our EMS department about people with severe injuries denying care because they're afraid of the billing. So, that bill passed that committee, and just for the two of you, there is, and I was contacted afterwards. There's a group that's trying to get counties to, just local governments and anybody who will listen to, adopt sort of support of universal healthcare principles in a resolution. That's a conversation I'm open to. If it's something that you're open to, don't view it as a high priority for the organization. I mean, that's a big conversation and our voice is little, but I'm open to it. A few updates from me. First, that we have an open space meeting coming up. A joint meeting with the Open Space Commission. There are two things that I would like to ask to be put on the agenda with your support. One is, I think we need to discuss kind of a policy approach to fire mitigation on open space lands. If we have a partner that wants to do fire mitigation on open space lands, how are we going to respond to them? How does the Open Space Commission want to be involved, et cetera? The fact we don't have answers to those questions, to me, means that we need to have the conversation. The second one is, we've been talking about paid parking. And there is one open space land in particular that could be a good fit for paid parking. That's the Floyd Hill open space. And I'd love for us to have, both of these are, I think, in my mind, initial conversations to be had. And then we can ask them to go work up a policy recommendation.
Is this open space in March?
Yes.
11th.
Do you support that?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I got, and Brian, this might be on your update. I forwarded it to staff. I think you were on the invite too, but the three former commissioners, Randy Wheelock, Sean Wood, and I'm not a former commissioner, but me, and a bunch of our staff received an invite to the Lookout Mountain Water District. They're doing a source water protection plan with some grant funding. They invited about a dozen of our staff. And I'm not sure we want to dedicate that level of resources to that conversation or necessarily any. I did reach out to the chair of the school board to ask how they view their stake. Like, is this related to the safety of our students and their access to safe drinking water, or is it not? And so I just don't know, like, who from the county do we want to be there? Brian, I think I'm kind of looking to you. Does it make sense to send some staff and ask, by some, I mean a person to?
Yeah, Lisa Liebman, who's actually in the room with us this morning, is planning to attend. She received that invitation directly, and she's historically represented us on these kinds of matters for the county. So she is intending to be there on our behalf.
Okay. And can you forward, I don't think that email has made it to either of these two.
Sure. I responded to you this morning, but I can send that to the two of them.
Awesome. And then I guess we'll just wait, if you guys are okay with it, we'll just wait to hear back from Lisa about what's going on and whether we need to be paying attention to it.
Although I just verbalized what the email said to you, so.
It has in it the grant that they apply for, and some,
I can send that.
go as deep as you want.
Hmm.
I attended my first Jefferson Center for Mental Health Board meeting last night. The combination of what's going on with the Trump administration and federal funding freezes and Medicaid funding, and all of the other funding that they use to serve our people that have behavioral health needs is, there's a lot of uncertainty. The state of Colorado has done some reforms that are taking place at the same time. And the organization is last year and this fiscal year for them, it was $1 million donation from Jefferson County government that limited their layoffs to 37 people. And so that was a little bit, I knew the layoffs had happened, but the depth of their challenges was new to me, and I wanted to share it with you. It's definitely a crucial organization. And lastly, I just for the record, I want to note that we've had outreach from, and I don't have the name, but it's a political action group from the St. Mary's area. I don't have the name off the top of my head. With some proposals for our short-term rental rules, some concerns about our existing short-term rental rules. I'm just stating that for the record. And I guess I would like to hear, I'm trying to figure out how to investigate one thing in particular, which is they're concerned with the small lot sizes and the fire mitigation requirement that they'll end up with no trees in the whole subdivision. And I'm trying to find the right way to evaluate that claim. Maybe that involves talking to the fire authority, et cetera. But I think you both were in receipt of that email. And want you to know that that's what was of particular interest to me as far as like immediate interest. Because I think those are going to be in effect, those to get a permit next year, like in the next 12 months, properties, and I'm looking to you, Amy, properties will either have the mitigation or not have a permit within the next 12 months. Am I correct?
Yeah. Basically.
I'll keep you updated. And lastly, I'm going to try to focus on sort of facilitating these meetings in the way that we've agreed to, in a way that we think can be more efficient. Sort of 3 steps, right? A 10-minute staff presentation, commissioners asking questions, and then commissioners sharing opinions. And I think that can help our meetings be more efficient and clean. And if I keep talking about that, I'm not going to make our meetings more efficient, so that's all from me. And the next thing, unless I have anything else from either of you, the next thing is county manager updates.
Thank you. Good morning. We're going to keep you guys busy over the next week and a half to 2 weeks. Thursday is our retreat, our goal setting retreat at the Club Hotel here in town. Our entire leadership team will be there in the morning with you. Then it will be the 5 of us along with Colton and Rachel as well in the afternoon as we help you prioritize some goals for the coming year and have some conversations about our financial situation, et cetera. So again, that's Thursday, starting at 8:30. We have a joint meeting with the municipalities on the calendar for February 10th in the afternoon. So that is the first meeting as we move past the fire authority meetings, and we had broadened that to public safety financing. We've got that standing agenda item at the last item on your agenda. I think we probably may want to discuss what the agenda on the 10th might look like. Moving forward, I may or may not be here for that conversation. I do have jury duty today. I have to report at 11 a.m. Sneaky suspicion, they're going to release me, but I need to report at any rate. So I may or may not be here for that conversation at 11. But that is something you're going to want to talk about, is in terms of what that agenda looks like for next Monday, what we want to accomplish. I'll share it now in lieu of not being here is we are meeting with Bill Ray, our consultant on the survey. But we will not be at a point on Monday to be able to walk through where we're at yet. So that won't be a topic of conversation on that next Monday because we're not there yet. Beth did hand out this form, which is an announcement of your fire authority appointments. Whether or not that's close enough to public safety financing, it is something that we're going to need to get out there in terms of the appointments that you have to get done. On the 11th, so the day after the joint meeting with the municipalities, we have the mayors and commissioners meeting that morning, 8:30 at Marion's. Colton has been facilitating meetings with the Tourism Bureau and the tourism staff of Georgetown and Idaho Springs. So they're going to be ready to facilitate a conversation with everybody in attendance about tourism. Colton has pulled some interesting numbers that kind of help us kind of a glimpse into who our tourists are and, you know, what is a tourist to begin with. So that should make for some good conversation. The EDC event, the annual joint meeting of the Economic Development Corporation is next Thursday, the 13th. That evening, at the Teller House in that Blackhawk or Central City? Central City. And then the next morning at the same place for the leadership breakfast. With all the leadership from the various municipalities, both in our county and Gilpin County. So that is the 14th in the morning. Finally, just a heads up, I'm going to be out of the office February 20th, 5th, actually out of country, escaping to some warm weather for a little bit. And that's it.
Thank you. On this draft, I have one comment on this, which I will get to you.
Absolutely.
And colleagues, if you want to just add comments to this written one, that might be efficient for Beth. Thank you. Next thing on the agenda is communications update. Megan Heiler.
Hello, nothing too crazy, just a reminder that the transfer station, it's February, it is now open 4 days a week again. I know this matters to a lot of residents, so this is just a reminder. It's now open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Wednesday through Saturday. So very exciting. That's all I have.
Oh, I should have mentioned also that Philip is online.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped right over you, Sheriff Harris.
And he's in the cloud.
Yep,
He's in the cloud.
right now as a panelist.
Okay. We're going to skip back in the agenda to a sheriff's office update with Sheriff Matt Harris. Also note in the room, we have Jenny Jordan,
Jenny Fulton.
Fulton?
Yeah.
Sorry, there's another Jenny that I'm trying to get to know. We also have Jenny Fulton in the room.
Hey, y'all. Can you hear me?
Good morning. We sure can.
All right.
Sorry, I'm not there with you in person today. I'm pretty sick. So, wanted to keep everybody safe and do this remotely. I'll try to keep it brief. We're gonna go into some operational improvements, first. I want to talk about policy. So, from the beginning of last year, when we started our Lexipol policy, now we've issued over 170 policies, through Lexipol. We are about 85% complete with our detentions and our law enforcement manual. I suspect it'll take another 2 or 3 months and we'll be finished with our policy implementation. Really, really important to ensure that our policy is aligned with law enforcement best practices. Because we're in better staffing position than we had been in the past, we've been able to do a lot of training so far already this year. We've already done CPR trainings, field sobriety training, taser training, less lethal, UCGIS, and the ability to do training is also is directly related to our increased staffing. I asked our folks to look through our budget, and we went through line by line at the end of last year. What we do is we try to project what our spending is going to be, what our spending rate is going to be. We look at what we spent the month before, and while it's not final, we do believe that we estimate coming in for fiscal year 24 is 7.7 million of the allocated 8.3 million. And so obviously that's still subject to change. All the receipts and everything aren't in, but that's what our projection, and we spent a lot of time doing this projection. So that's what our projection shows. That savings is mostly related to vacancies and the positions that were not filled. We don't expect to see that in fiscal year 25 because we're in a much better staffing position. We spent a lot of time on community relations again, the last year. We held a joint meeting on December 4th with the chat team. It wasn't very well attended in the community, but we're hoping next time we could maybe do a stronger job of outreach, because we think that's really important for us to be there and to support our chat team. On January 9th, our patrol deputies attended a Carlson Elementary's Law Enforcement Appreciation Day event. We appreciate the folks at Carlson for putting that on. Last week, the undersheriff and I met with the superintendent of the school district and principal of the high school, just to do a relationship building meeting. On January 10th, I sent a letter to all Clear Creek County residents who are able to locate through a postal address, talking about the highlights of what we did in 24, what we plan on doing in 25, talking about some of our fiscal challenges. Also released a video on January 27th to the public, talking about some of our fiscal challenges as well, and what our plans are to increase revenue in 2025. There's not a lot of opportunities for the sheriff's office to increase revenue as opposed to other departments, but there are opportunities that deal with commissary, to deal with U.S. Marshal's contract, that deal with revenue from traffic enforcement as well. January 28th, we did a media interview with the Clear Creek Current, which is online and it'll be in this week's paper. We're doing a really good job on recruitment and retention. Obviously, that's with the help of Carol Ann and Peggy, who've been great partners in us being able to build a full staffing. We are, by next week, we will have 44 sworn deputies compared to 33 at the same period on December of 2023. So that's a significant increase. Obviously, we couldn't do that with the help of county's HR team. So thanks, Peggy and Carol Ann. So we are pretty close to full staffing in the jail as far as deputies are concerned. We still have 2 civilian vacancies in the jail. We have 2 vacancies on patrol because 2 of our patrol deputies were promoted to sergeant, therefore leaving 2 vacancies on patrol. We have an outstanding captain vacancy that we expect to fill very soon, probably in the next 2 weeks or so, and we'll let you know about that. Jail update. So for 2024, we did an analysis, and our average daily population in 2024 for our facility was 38. The average length of stay was 21 days. Today's count is 35 inmates, 18 of those inmates being federal U.S. Marshal inmates. when we look at our projected revenue in 2019, there was 1.27 million in revenue from operating costs from the Marshal Service contract. In 2024, that was 318,000. So that over a 5-year period, that reduction went from roughly 70% of our operating costs were covered by the Marshal Service contract to 14% of our operating costs from the Marshal Service contract. Clearly shows that engaging in the contract with the Marshal Service helps offset the general fund that's providing, funding the jail. There's just no way around it. Our lack of Marshal Service contract has eaten into our general fund and the cost of operating the jail, because we made a decision over the course of the last few years to reduce that contract. Patrol, right, it looks like we had in the month of January 1,529 calls for service just in the month of January. 602 were traffic related, 62 motor vehicle crashes. When I look at our potential revenue that came in through traffic enforcement, roughly $46,000 in tickets and fines were issued in January of this year, which is a significant increase from this time last year. We don't have the figures yet for Georgetown, but in December, for Georgetown, we did 163 patrol hours. We issued 7 parking tickets, and the total revenue from Georgetown, or costs, should be $14,676,000 is what we billed Georgetown for the cost of our patrol for the month of December. January is still outstanding for Georgetown. Just some interesting stats for our special services and our admin. In 2024, we had 9,500 body-worn camera records that we had to capture. We released 2,900 public records and public record requests. And there were over 350 records requests that were fulfilled from those requests. We are looking at doing some restructuring of our administrative staff. That's just something that I've been wanting to do. We haven't had a chance to do it. We've been focusing on patrol in the jail. But the volume of work that our folks do is really, it's a lot of work. So we just don't believe that, just don't feel that we have the proper organizational alignment. And so we're going to be doing some restructuring over there. For 2025, we're going to be working on our annual report for 2024. We're going to be doing a 3 to 5 year strategic plan for the sheriff's office. Our emergency operations center, we're going to be doing an assessment that Clarissa will be working on. We're working on doing improved statistical and record keeping. I think in the past that has been an Achilles heel of ours, is not having the proper data to support our decision making. But I think we've done a lot better job of recently, and I think this presentation shows just the amount of data that we have access to, that we've been able to extract from. So this is the best analysis we've done since we've been here as far as having access to data. And we're considering a Citizens Academy in 2025. Those are the high level things that we've been working on. You all have any questions for me? Be happy to take them.
Would you explain Citizens Academy?
Sure. So what we'd like to do is just give the folks in the community just an idea of a couple of days of what it's like to be a law enforcement officer, like what the day-to-day job is in the community, right? Our job's a little bit different than, let's say, if we were to do this in Denver or Arapahoe, but it's still very similar. And so it's something that many counties do, a lot of municipalities do. It's something we wanted to look at to really give our community kind of a look behind the curtain, so to speak, of kind of what we do, how we operate, why we do things the way we do. To try to help dispel some misinformation about what we do, and to really build a better connection with the community. It's something we've been trying to do. Yeah, right. And you could see, right, when you have so many increases in calls for service as we've had, it's easy to try to get away from that service first mindset when you're going from call to call to call. And we've made it an effort to try to connect better with the community.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Sheriff Harris. Just a couple of comments from me. Really appreciate you showing up and sharing what you're up to with the public. On when you were talking about potential for revenue increases, non-tax related revenue increases in your office, which I am excited about that potential. You mentioned that you think there might be potential for that on our side of the house. I want to share with you that I don't know that there's much more potential there. For many successive years, this board has asked staff to look at every fee and everything that we can do to increase revenue without a tax increase. I'm not trying to say that every single rock has been overturned, but I don't think that there's a significant amount of potential there. Just so you have a sense of what's going on our side of the house. I am so grateful to have a sheriff's office that is serious about our fiscal challenges in you and your team. And I want to point out to you that that's a difference. On this side of the house, we've been on this journey for a while, and I know you've been on this journey since the day you got here. So I don't mean that as an insult to you or your efforts. Comment on the jail. The revenue potential related to an increase in the Fed program is definitely worth looking at. And as one commissioner, I support you in figuring out how to increase that program in a way that doesn't increase our liability. When that program was well utilized, we were the subject of several lawsuits. And I know you know that. I want to make sure the public knows that. And I know that like part of the reason that I support you exploring leaning back in there is because I have a lot more confidence in you and your team in your office to manage those liabilities effectively than I do in the former sheriff's office. So those are the two things that I kind of wanted to highlight and offer a response to.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Sheriff.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Okay, colleagues, we're gonna take a little bit of a right-hand turn here. We're actually gonna put it in reverse. When we opened it up for public comment, I was, and you may have been expecting public comment from some residents who sent a letter and said they were going to be here for public comment. My understanding is that we normally meet in Georgetown and these members of the public drove to Georgetown first. Some members of our staff did the same thing. So what I want to do is just open this back up for public comment. I have asked our attorney, he's fine with it. I want to give you guys your opportunity to share what you have on your mind.
And explain why we're here because of the jury selection.
Oh, yeah. The reason that we're in this building is because the Buin trial is taking place. It is a high profile trial. There are a lot of potential jurors in the building. And we're over here to help them have parking and help that building have the space that it needs. So thank you. Yeah, that's worthy of an explanation. So I'm going to open it up in public comment in just a moment. What I will do is I will give each of you 3 minutes to speak. That's not a time for dialogue. The board won't answer questions. It's a time for you to share any concerns you have with the board. So that said.
You indicated there was a letter submitted.
Yes, I have hard copies.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we get a copy of the letter so we can submit it and make it part of the packet.
Okay. Ma'am, if you could hand those copies to Beth right here,
Yeah, thank you.
and then
I just brought 3 for you, but
I've got the digital copy too, and we'll make sure the staff receives it.
Yeah.
great, thank you.
So The microphones will definitely pick.
We'll probably just have you come up.
So I don't.
Come to that table right
Yep,
here.
that's-
So I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. If you would start by stating your name,
Sure.
roughly where you live, and you will have 3 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. And thank you, Honorable Commissioner, for letting us speak today. We're very happy about that. I am here with my colleague Candy Decker. My name is Penny Moore. We live in Evergreen, and the letter has been signed by the two of us, as well as Max Kay, who also lives over here. Well, anyway, it's in Evergreen. Okay, so what I would like to say is that we've written this letter to you and also to Sheriff Harris, which I was very interested in hearing from. And I brought the hard copies and submitted this by email, so that's for the record. And the topic of our concern is the potential delegation of our local law enforcement officers to collaborate with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, also known as ICE, in the arrest and removal of undocumented immigrants. While this has not occurred yet in Clear Creek County, we wanted to get out in front of the issue and remind you of Colorado state law that prohibits state and local law officials from detaining or arresting an individual for civil immigration purposes. The citation is in the letter. As you're aware, ICE's 287G program authorizes ICE to delegate state and local law enforcement officers to partner in the arrest and removal of undocumented immigrants who undermine the safety and integrity of U.S. immigration laws. This program has been widely criticized for misuse, primarily for targeting individuals with minor offenses and creating a climate of fear amongst immigrants, leading to their fear of reporting serious crimes to our law enforcement agencies, thus jeopardizing the safety of our community. President Trump recently issued widespread executive orders on immigration that mentioned his desire to enhance local collaboration with the 287G program. However, those orders are qualified by the wording to the maximum extent permitted by law and with the consent of state and local authorities. As you may be aware, the ACLU won a case last year when the Teller County Sheriff sought to arrest and detain people in jail at ICE's request. The citation for the case is also in the letter. Teller County was the only county in Colorado that blatantly opposed the Colorado law and put a 287G agreement in place. That the ACLU won this case underscores the importance of our Colorado law. We thank you again for your time and thank you in advance for our confidence that the commissioners and the sheriff's office will continue to support the Colorado law. Thank you very much. And we don't need the other 3 minutes. That's all we needed to say.
Okay, thank you. Just going to make one more call for public comment. I'm going to extend that call to Zoom. If you're searching for your Zoom button, you have about, just hold space for about 30 seconds.
No one.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Thank you for your comment. The next thing on the agenda is our consent agenda. Is there anything, colleagues, that you would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Megan's.
She already did. Didn't she?
What's that? Yep.
I've been skipping around because I forgot about the sheriff and then public comment showed up. Not hearing any calls to remove anything from the consent agenda. I'll read it and then we can make a motion. We can have minor discussion of these topics during discussion of that motion. So item A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item B, consideration of approval of January 7th, 13th, 21st, 22nd, 28th, and 29th, 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Item C, consideration of approval of Clear Creek County Office of Emergency Management and Clear Creek Metro Rec District Emergency Sheltering Memorandum of Understanding. Item D, consideration of approval of the amendment to the water leasing and basin-wide augmentation plan participation agreement with the town of Georgetown. Item E, consideration of approval of cooperative law enforcement agreement between Clear Creek County through its Department of Human Services and the Idaho Springs Police Department. Item F, consideration of approval of cooperative law enforcement agreement between Clear Creek County through its Department of Human Services and the Empire Police Department. Item G, consideration of approval of cooperative law enforcement agreement between Clear Creek County through its Department of Human Services and the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office. Item H, consideration of approval of Clear Creek County Office of Emergency Management and Rocky Mountain Village Easter Seals Facility Memorandum of Understanding. Item I, consideration of a letter of support for the Historic District Public Land Commission's grant application to the National Park Service River Trails and Conservation Assistance Program for technical support in the formation of the new Georgetown Heritage and Energy Park. Item J, consideration of approval of resolution number 25-21, a resolution to update the Clear Creek Emergency Medical Services mileage fee structure and to rescind resolution 24-95. Welcome a motion to approve the consent agenda as read.
I will make a motion to approve the consent as read.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just have a question. This is something we do once a year,
With respect to which items?
with the, like the contracts with all the municipalities.
Yes. For state law, we need to update these agreements every year.
Okay.
Yeah, we typically reserve consent for items that happen every year that are, that we're required to bring, non-controversial. Don't believe there's going to be any questions, so we try to keep that, that's kind of our parameters we look at consent, so.
Okay.
Those are agreements that Sarah brings every year. On the agenda, at 1 o'clock this time. You'll typically see that in the month of December, January, we're bringing you kind of some standing items that come every year that we have, that we need your support, so.
Okay.
And just for public information, we were provided these documents ahead of the meeting. We have had a chance to review them and ask staff questions about them before approving them.
Yes, so some comments from me. I really welcome these MOUs about emergency sheltering, formalizing these relationships and these opportunities to shelter our people in an emergency is crucial work. And thank you for getting it done, Clarissa. That's all from me. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Next thing on the agenda is we're now moving into the regular session. This is a work session to discuss the Dumont, Lawson, Downeyville sub-area plan recommendations. We have Amy Saxton here. Amy, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much. One moment. Thank you very much, commissioners. I am here to talk about the DLD sub-area plan implementation. I also want to introduce Garrett McAllister. There's Lloyd and Hartman Ball. You may not know Garrett. Garrett is our planning manager. He leads the planning department for Clear Creek County. As you know, the DLD sub-area plan was adopted on January 7th. And what we're here today to do is have a work session to review the implementation plan and discuss the work that staff has done so far to try to organize that plan and give you some visibility as to how that will likely work and get your input on what the work we've done so far is all about and what we're thinking. The sub-area plan, as I mentioned, was adopted on January 7th. The sub-area plan was completed after an extensive community engagement and process. We identified key topics. From those key topics, we created goals and action plans and translated those action plans into an implementation table. The implementation table was included in the sub-area plan that was adopted by the public, by the Planning Commission, and by the BOCC. The priorities and the implementation table included assignment of different priority levels, different difficulty levels, and estimates as to the duration of each of the elements in that plan. And those were reviewed by the public, by the Planning Commission, and by the BOCC. Are meant to offer some context for how they relate to each other. And the public did look at all of those materials. Commissioner Lloyd, I know you had some questions about that. All I can say is those were reviewed by the public, and they are not meant to deprioritize one thing over the other. We could look at each one of those elements individually and determine that they are very important. We did not, we elected not to identify them all as high priority. So in context and compared to each other, we made some choices about different priority levels to assign. And as we work through the implementation of these items, we will use our resources and the input of you and the realities of our approach to implementing them to do what we think is correct as we move forward. So what we have before you is this, the one thing I want to discuss today is the table that we prepared, which further sorts the implementation table and basically adds an additional column, basically. And the column in that table is assigns an implementation type to the various elements of that action plan. And I think that's really what I want to get your thoughts on and your input on. We sorted them into these groupings to try to, so we as staff could start to think about what approach we would take to implementing them. And thank you, Gary, for putting this out. I'm just going to look at this while we're standing here. And the groupings were, there were a large group that would be considered things that are about providing the public with resources and communications material and preparing communication material and publishing information and assembling information that might be available right now and that is dispersed and distributed across the web, you know, that is maybe available on state websites or elsewhere on our own website, and to consolidate that. So there's a large group of information that we assigned an implementation type that we would address through a project that assembles, distributes, publishes, and or provides information to the public. So there's a big group of implementation tasks that we assigned as that implementation type. There's another category that we labeled as things that would require policy or process review changes that we grouped together in that way, things that might influence the way we address the development process, or things that might mean we change our make us some tweaks to the water plan, things like that. So there's a group like that. There's also a group that we will suggest could be addressed through future master planning efforts. And there is a group that we would identify as they're sort of standalone. They would take a specific separate project that staff would prepare and address and present to you as a one-off type project that would be part of the DLD, a response to the DLD sub-area plan direction, but that's how it would be addressed. And then finally, there are a group that didn't really fall into any categories. Is that all the ones? Yeah. And then there are several that are sort of standalones. There's one of the action plan steps was to increase enforcement and management of the SDR program. And we would want to review that to determine whether the SDR ordinance changes that we made satisfy that action plan requirement. We had several things that we had a specific action plan step that was about making available development mechanisms that would be designed to maintain housing affordability for local residents and workers. We would suggest that the MJHA might actually be a good forum for that particular action plan. And then we also have the recommendation about applying for grants and other funding sources to address the pedestrian and bicycle facility needs in DLD. And we would suggest applying for a Safer Streets federal grant to address that. We've been encouraged to pursue that, and with the creation of this sub-area plan that further has created that has made us a good candidate for that particular grant. Now, that is barring the changes in the Trump administration. We are assuming that grant will continue to be available, but assuming it is, we think that we are a good candidate for that. So those are the main elements and that's as far as we've gotten, because we know that you may have direction for us and additional direction on priorities and how you would like to pursue implementation. But we wanted to give you some organization and an initial take on how we might be approaching this. So that is what we wanted to provide as an initial overview. And that is the extent of our presentation, which was 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
That note is because the board is now asking staff to keep presentations to 10 minutes long. Amy, thank you.
Wow.
Way to model that. Just before I open it up for questions, just to make sure I understand what you're looking for from the board, it's any comments about these specific priorities? Support for the priorities that are established. If we want to alter them, this would be the time. Correct? And then do we agree on sort of the implementation type buckets? Are those the three things that?
I mean, yeah, I think the main thing I'm looking for is the implementation buckets. And if you want to, I'm not sure really how we go about altering a recorded and adopted implementation sub-area plan. I assume that it's up to you if you want to edit it. The planning commission also certified it. And so I guess I'd ask Peter what we would do if we wanted to edit and change the bill in the document.
I'm not really clear.
What I understood the request was if they wanted to edit the priorities assigned in the implementation table and the adopted plan.
So realistically, since the planning commission that reviewed this and approved it, the board then subsequently approved their adoption of it, it would have to go back to the planning commission for changes, and then it would have to come back to the board.
I will just share with both of you my intent in adopting this sub-area plan in December or January was not to make it harder for you both and this board to comment on those priorities. And so whatever process we need to go through, if there are comments on these priorities and there's a desire from this board to shift them, you'll have my support. Generally speaking, right? So with that,
I just have one comment. I'm a little nervous about relying on federal grants, as you alluded to. So if we have any backup ideas, it's an important issue to me, and I really want to make it a safer interchange there for pedestrians. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Concerned about funding.
before we get to our opinions, what questions do we have for staff about this?
I just have a question. Is this exactly how this was presented to the board and the planning commission? Because this looks like a different variance of.
She's looking at your colored chart.
Yeah, this is different. Yeah, this is an adaptation meant to present to you how staff are proposing to categorize and organize the implementation table. We added the implementation type column to, but otherwise the content is the same as what was in the adopted plan. The implementation type column is an organizational device that staff are proposing to present a way to think about the items in the implementation table. The implementation table is organized by key topic. And so for staff to go about thinking how we would organize these things, key topic doesn't necessarily give us a great handhold, so to speak, to figure out how to start implementing these. And so noticing that across the key topics, there was a whole bunch of things that are really about information to the community, providing, when we look at how to implement it, it is helpful to say, oh, there's all of these things across the key topics that are really about providing information to the public. That helps us from an implementation perspective to organize those tasks and say, okay, how do we go about tackling this work? Secondly, there's a handful of things that are really kind of standalone projects that we need to tackle by saying, we're going to need to look at this as a project, present it to the commissioners, go about it as, in a series of tasks, and that was another thing that we noticed. Then we also noticed several things that we thought would be good to do through the master planning process. So no, this is a different table that we used we took that implementation table and massaged it and added a column to be able to present to you a different lens, look at how we are proposing, sorting and organizing this task. Because what we really do not want to happen is to have this document just sit on a shelf and and never get implemented and never move forward. And, we have to do that within the context of the available resources and in the context of how do we work within capacity and understand what this implementation table is actually proposing to do. That is what we are trying to help you see, help us understand, and help us take all of this stuff and apply it into reality so it can be evaluated and start to get done.
And get our grant applications out sooner versus later.
Yep. So I just have some more comments too. This last part that you have on here that is not colored. The additional. So I can see a problem that when the public reads this as you've added apply for grants and other funding sources for pedestrian and bicycle facilities to improve I-70 crossings, bike lanes connecting residential and commercial areas. That is a high priority. And then you go back up to the other transportation. And this is a medium to low priority, talking about, could be part of Safer Streets grants. And I'm just curious at why that one is a medium to low. And the bicycle one that does not talk about pedestrian is high. And I know you guys went through this, but sitting on the steering committee at every single one of these meetings, I know that the residents discussed that the pedestrian and to have the Safer Streets was also high. And I do not have a good explanation for that, Commissioner. That did make it through in the approved plan that was assigned as a medium to low priority there. And
yeah, that was one of my questions.
Who decides that then? If that was, I said at those meetings, and that's what the public was screaming for was clean water and safer streets. But then I look at this plan and it's talking, and this is, as a problem with the DLD area, when we just go to talking about the bike lanes. That was that was assigned that I don't recall the exact rationale. I know that
This is for projects, whereas the other one I think is for grants. That would be my take on the difference.
So that's, Garrett just pointed out that one of the differences, the project that was assigned a higher priority was about pursuing grants versus pursuing projects. Perhaps that was the difference, but all I can tell you is this was what was approved in the grant and in the draft. And we did, all of us had an opportunity to discuss this, and this was approved by the BOCC and the Planning Commission. And so, but it does not mean that we cannot, we did put this as a lower priority, but that does not mean we have to do it in a different order. This is what it says in the document, but My concern is just because obviously, we've had fatalities. So I would think when you're applying for a grant for safetiness, showing that we've had fatalities on this road that we're asking for safer streets I would hope qualify you more for the grants.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. My perspective when we were reviewing this and approving this document was that the difference here is that traffic circle at the truck stop, a noise wall, Mustang or Pegasus stop, or speed bumps on 308 involve CDOT. Right? Those are conversations with CDOT. That's about CDOT funding and CDOT's 10-year plan. When I look down at the one that is a high priority, which is things that we can do on our own. And when I look at pedestrian and bicycle facilities, what I read is improve pedestrian safety. And I know that we're not going to like fully solve ever, but I know that a big step in improving pedestrian safety is addressing that 5-way intersection. I also know that that's about getting CDOT to abandon the weigh station and put a bunch of money into the highway to weigh trucks on the highway. And it's just a bigger, more difficult lift than something that we can go and apply for grants and find matching money to do right now. Does that help?
Yes and no. So the priority isn't necessarily, it's a priority because it's a priority to the people that did this study, the steering committee. It's a priority on what we can get done.
I do think that a lens on priorities is what's achievable and what's within our locus of control. And
Wouldn't that be like
lens I support?
the other bracket on this? It says difficult, easy. Wouldn't that pertain to that?
Yes, I mean, that the difficulty level is also relevant, but I think Commissioner Marlin is also accurate that as we set these priorities, as I mentioned in the beginning, one could make the case that every one of these tasks, action steps is a high priority. And then you sort of lose any value at all for having that column. But as one of the things we can discuss today is as we are implementing and using our resources of the category of addressing through discrete staff initiative to be developed and considered independently, because that's also a category that we've added here. That can be something that we note is very important, and that can be something that we do put staff time into is looking at that work and how we can figure out what is possible. And we can bring information on that to you sooner than later and figure out what is, give you information on that, because that's clearly something that's very important to you. Just because the words medium to low are in that cell on this table, that doesn't mean that there's any barrier that is presented to you in the projects. What we are here to talk about is how we can move this forward. And I don't want to, let it be implied that because it says medium to low in that cell, that means there's any limit on, what we can do. And that it also doesn't mean that this doesn't matter, it does, but this is an important topic. These are projects that require partnership with CDOT. All of these projects and require their buy-in and that they agree to do that. I think, especially when this table was created, applying for a Safer Streets grant, based on what we knew at that time, especially, really did seem like that we had a lot of, there was a lot of potential for us to get that grant and move that project forward, which is going to be a very potentially, if we could get that grant, a lot of these problems could be solved along with that, including the things on this list, right? Because that could a lot of things could just be under that umbrella if we can get that grant. So that really is the place to start with all of these problems. And I think there are a lot of ways to get at the items on this list as well. That would be helpful.
So colleagues, if you'll indulge me, I've got written down two things that I think that by the end of this work session resolve. One is, do we need to increase the priority on those CDOT related safety items? The other one is, should we work towards a safer street grant? The reason I've got them written down is because I want to suggest that we kind of continue mapping through this document, identifying issues that we need to deliberate on. Can you look at that?
Yes, yes.
Great. Other questions, things that are sticking out to you that you want us to be discussing? I have some, but my intent is to wait.
No, I just wanted to say thank you to Amy we just want to get it right this time.
Absolutely.
Okay, I will jump in with some questions. The first one, when we set the durations, we did so in the context of a 40-hour work week. Do you continue to be confident that you and your team can meet the durations, the sort of goals, timeline goals in this document? Is there a need for more specific direction from the board about which of those high priority items to pursue first?
Yes, we need direction on which things to pursue first. And I think, I think the durations are fairly generous, and they are not durations from adoption. They are durations from when we start the project, just to be clear. So
like a year ago?
no,
Oh.
from when we start the action step. So like, we're saying that to develop maintenance agreements with CDOT to establish capacity for maintenance of County Road 308. When we start that project to when we finish it, will take 6 to 12 months. It's not going to take 6 to 12 months from the date we adopted the plan. We're not promising to have that done 6 to 12 months from January 7th, 2025.
Thank you. So I also have on the things that we need to resolve, which items should we pursue first? And we'll be looking to help ensure that list is feasible. What else?
Just along those lines, to reiterate what I said is get your grant applications in sooner versus later. And that's under the high priority grant for funding sources for pedestrian bike facilities.
This is a merit question. The last line is about governance and providing resources to the community to document, quantify costs and benefits of formal and informal community leadership structures. It lists incorporation, it lists a special district, and then it cuts off. I think I remember that the third one is, I'm going to use the term task force, but something that doesn't require creating another government or another taxation entity or anything like that. Just sort of putting together a steering committee, dedicating some staff time to convening that group to continue to work through these.
Yeah, I think there are actually a couple more choices in there. And I apologize that those were cut off.
Informal neighborhood association.
Yeah, I think an informal neighborhood association and I think a nonprofit was also identified. They were basically, the idea was to provide the community with a variety of different options. And this was something that was discussed in the topic deep dive that we did and presented to the community on this topic, where we looked at a variety of different things that the community could do to come together to improve their ability to identify things that they agreed on, things that they wanted to pursue, and then find a platform to share those things and obtain the resources to do those things. And so that's one of those things that could be addressed through providing resources.
Okay. I'm going to want the board to talk about which of those steps we think should be taken and how we want that item to be addressed. Other things that are popping out to folks as we're just kind of mapping out what we need to discuss.
I just have a question about, have we looked into the Reconnecting Communities grants that Biden administration had put $5 billion?
I have not yet, not yet looked into that one. The Safer Streets grant came up, and that was in large part with, Beth had come up with some conversations that Beth had with our grant navigators, and who felt that the Safer Streets grant would be something we would be very likely, we would be very good candidates for. That was the phrase I was sort of.
Do you have an amount on that?
No.
I can share a little bit about it. The pre-application is due on April 17th of this year. That is a pre-application. I am in a boot camp right now. I know that sounds weird, but they guide you through the application step by step. The process is you have to have an approved safety action plan first before you go after the big money to do all the construction. And our grant navigators have been very positive and encouraging, sharing that they haven't seen any community get denied for a safety action plan fund. So I am hoping that we can at least get that, because as Jamie said, it really wraps your arms around all those pieces that you want to accomplish under that plan. And then I guess sort of creates another action plan to create the priorities of next. So I don't know if that helps, but we're on it. We are definitely on it.
And it sounds like if we're really focused on safety of our people, and you've got plenty of evidence that it's not currently safe, you know, to really focus on that and, you know, maybe, sorry, Randy, but maybe not focus so much on, you know, greenway bike lane thing, but really pedestrian safety is huge.
I think that's a good observation, Commissioner Lloyd, that is something that actually came out of the DLD meetings, and the whole project was just a realization that the community was not looking for a greenway. The community was looking for pedestrian safety.
That I heard that loud and clear.
That was definitely a conclusion. And I mean, what I think came out of the work that Beth has done with our grant navigators and the conversations I've been a part of in that process is that we are really very well positioned. Sub-area plan, and with some of our unfortunate history, including the fatalities that we've had, all of the different conditions in the area, the census data that we have on the high number of people who walk to work in the area. There's just a lot of reasons why we are a good candidate to receive funding for this project like this.
Would that include improving the bridge to allow pedestrians?
So the bridge, I would just say, is I think improving a pedestrian overpass in some capacity, whether it's rebuilding that whole overpass or providing a pedestrian overpass that's separate from the bridge.
Okay.
You know, whatever the solution is, I think, you know, we would want to be flexible on how.
Sure.
Right. What we want is safe pedestrian overpass.
Yes.
For the creek and the highway there, so that people coming from either direction into the DLD area can get back and forth. You know, whether it's the Lawson end or the Dumont end, you can get across.
Right.
And so I think yes, it would have to, and that would have to be part of the plan.
Thank you.
And getting the details of that design is one of what we would get to. The other thing I would just mention is that the work that Beth has done has identified that we would have a resource for the match as well, to get funding for the match. So we would not be on the hook for that in this scenario. Now, no guarantees, but that is where we are headed. And that's one of the goals that I have for this conversation is to get your support for staff pursuing this project and going down the road, no pun intended, on this grant. So, but
So that first step is really taking all that data, the anecdotes, everything else, and saying, here's the safety plan, here's what needs to change in this neighborhood
Yes,
infrastructure for safety to be better.
yes.
Thank you. What else, as we map out the things that we need to go through in this document, is coming up? I have a question about, it's in the blue, it's the bottom of page 2. Encouraging general upkeep and maintenance of private parcels. The phrase code enforcement doesn't appear in the plan. There's a code enforcement element to this, correct?
Potentially. That wasn't necessarily how we were thinking about this actions item.
The reason I'm bringing it up is because in a separate lane, also in your department, is enhancing code enforcement efforts. And we had a great work session on that in the fall. And the reason I'm bringing this up is to point out that there are other things, other initiatives happening that will impact this plan as well. And so I just wanted to make the board aware of that. I want to ask you, third from the bottom is providing support and resources to assist landowners in interpreting well test results. And then the next one is a central clearinghouse for information and resources to existing residents for weatherization and other improvements and subsidies, especially that second one. Can you describe why that's not in the assigned to housing authority? That feels like something that municipal residents would benefit from as well. And I think tenant services is one of the things that housing authority will aspire to.
Yeah.
You sure you got that right?
Yeah, I guess that's a good point, though. I mean, I think that's a little bit of a duplication. I think in my mind, there's one of the things that I walked away from the DLD project with was thinking about the need to provide, well, let me step back a minute. I had sort of this idea for maybe a section on our website that was about neighborhood resources and that where provide some kind of focused resources for different communities. So if you lived in DLD, you could go to the neighborhood resources page and see DLD, and you could click on a page and go to a DLD focused set of resources. Now, it may get, if we actually tried to do that, we may find that it didn't work out very well. It was too duplicative, but the DLD residents have a lot of specific, we know that they are going to need well resources, right? We know that they're going to have some specific issues related to that. Maybe not everybody in unincorporated Clear Creek County has wells for the most part. So this is where I get a little tripped up in my own brain. But my main point was that I do feel like there could be some neighborhood specific resources that we could offer people or community resources that we could offer people that live in unincorporated Clear Creek County. That is one of the main things I walked away with, was that being a little bit more focused on what resources we're offering people and using perspectives that we got from this project to offer those resources to people on our website and make sure we're taking that and offering that. And that's a lot of what these blue lines are about, is trying to figure out what that looks like and what is needed and what might already be on our website and what we can, is it a matter of, combining it in a different way so it's easier to find so people know it's there. And there's a lot of good information on our website already. There's a lot of good information on the state's website. We have links all over our website. How do we help people really find it and make sure that they know that the information is for them and that it's there? So that's what this is all about. So even if it is a little bit duplicative, because I think that's a good point, George, about the MJHA being having a also a connection there with the weatherization information.
Thank you.
That's a little window to my brain.
What other topics do we want to bring up?
Is this, I had made a note on the presentation about wildfire risk. And I just looked at the map of it and it looked like there were no high risk areas in DLD. And, you know, Jody and I knocked on a lot of doors around DLD and it certainly seemed like, you know, Mill Creek could be fraught with danger if you have to evacuate down it, and not a lot of thinning in certain places. I'm not sure how that was.
That was
Yeah.
not something that really came up. I don't know, Garrett, do you have any?
Well, the risk map specifically, you're right. There might be some areas where there's high wildfire risk, but it's pretty minimal. That doesn't mean that there aren't complications with evacuation if there's a wildfire in the hills above DLD, right? So I think your point's a good one. The map might say that the wildfire risk is relatively low, but that doesn't mean it's free of other risks or complications.
Can you share, which map are you referring to?
It was in her report. Let's see, sub-area plan for DLD.
Oh, good policies.
The one in the report. Okay, I thought you might have been referring to the Forest Service risk map.
It was the one that they incorporated into this whole report. I know Garrett or Amy, can you help me direct George to it?
The location of it in the DLD plan?
Yeah, it was figure 3.7 wildfire risk.
Thank you for jogging my memory.
There's 11.
Yeah, I've got it up.
You found it?
I've got it.
Okay.
I mean, I see moderate risk all over the place.
What was the year on that too? Because things
Good
have
point.
significantly changed.
Yeah.
It's from the GIS server, it says.
Yeah. I can't find a wait a minute. Census Bureau. I don't see a year on that. Might have gotten worse. There.
Oh, modern.
The
Yeah.
US Forest Service has this thing called this Colorado Forest Service has this thing called the Wildfire Risk Viewer.
Mm-hmm.
My colleagues are leaning over to look at this.
Yeah, I have a lot more red on that one than on
There's
this
a
one.
lot of red and there's a lot of orange and there's a lot of yellow and there's
Yeah.
only a tiny little bit of low intensity risk.
Which is along, you know, I-70.
Basically, it's in the middle of the highway.
Well, yeah, no, that's a great question. We, what exactly are you asking us about?
When I first saw this, I thought that doesn't look right and it may give somebody a false sense of security. So I'm not sure where this data came from, but maybe it would be helpful to incorporate the Forest Service data.
Oh, okay, so there's a difference between this map and the forest map?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There may be.
As far as high risk versus medium risk.
This to me fits into the category of like, in addition to, sometimes the board discovers things and then we feel inspired to offer direction. This could be one of those moments.
We're inspired.
Can we ask staff to look into that layer of our GIS map and evaluate whether, and I'm looking at Brian, not you, because Brian will figure out, I suspect it might not be you that do this, to look into that GIS layer, figure out whether that data is still relevant and whether there's a value add in us having that layer. It might be that just relying on something like the US Forest Service risk view or our CWPPs, et cetera, is a better way for the public to have access to good information.
And I think also making sure of what the source of this map was, if it came from ArcGIS or if it was provided by a consultant team. And
And the year of the data they used too.
that is from.
But there's no metadata, so we don't know the date. of the
Okay,
data.
there we know.
It just says it comes out of our GIS system.
That pretty much covers that, especially in that check. Okay,
Well, and that's important too. I was talking to Colton because he dropped off my phone, and so I have buried lines where I'm at. But there are others that are not, and these trees that are dying now are falling onto the power lines.
yes.
And so if they went through and they trimmed the trees under the lines, but if you've got a tree up the hill and it falls down, and that's what we're running into, is then we're having to report these
Yeah.
trees falling.
What would you like to see in, is there something you would like to see in this plan related to wildfire risk?
I mean, overall, I think the whole county is looking at some fire mitigation.
I mean, that's my sense is like you've got some of these things are very DLD specific. Some of them are really countywide needs. Wildfire risk reduction is clearly a county need. I don't know that we need to use the DLD sub-area plan as the vehicle to assess that need. The Clear Creek Fire Authority is working on a CWPP. This board will be seeing that, a community wildfire protection plan. This board will be seeing that sometime in the second quarter of this year. And it's definitely a very live issue and something that we need to figure out the county organization's lane on. I just don't know that trying to write goals into the DLD action plan based on the fact that it wasn't a topic that came up and it's not in the plan right now is the right way to go. Do you agree with that?
I kind of agree because there's already a lot going on in the DLD. If we could get, I mean, obviously that is very important, but these are some things that we're hoping to work on with the safer roads and stuff, and then countywide would be the fire mitigation. That's in my opinion.
I think so. And I also don't want this board to direct that, like, as you're evaluating safety issues, pedestrian safety issues, like if fire egress somehow is a relevant topic and there's like a potential for grant funding for fire egress as we work through this, like, I don't want direct to, the board is not disinterested in that, I think.
Right.
So, thank you for bringing that up. What else?
So just either update the map or don't use the map, but just raised a red flag, so to speak, for me. Thank you.
I like your phrasing. Other topics that we want to bring up? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. I have just a comment. This isn't, I'm not looking for board direction, I don't think. The first of the orange, which is evaluate the county development review process, to see how we can add additional steps to make sure that we're evaluating impact on adjacent wells. I think we have some local partners that can offer some policy advice and solve. As I was coming into office, this is something that Solve was mentioning to me was that, and they have examples of other jurisdictions that require developers to establish in a proactive way that there's adequate groundwater on their dime. And we don't require that right now. We kind of ask, I believe our code right now kind of asks our staff to take what I will call a guess at that. And I think that's an area where we could really enhance our code. And I know like that's what this plan says we should be doing. And so I just want to sort of point out to staff that Solve might have some good examples for you.
Okay.
And I'm happy to provide that contact. I suspect you already have. And that's my whole list.
I did like your idea to have town hall meetings in the DLD area with the board on occasion.
That came from
Good idea.
community members, so yes.
Exactly.
Which could be an action we could look at doing. We don't have to wait for anything on that.
I think it was directions last Thursday, start setting those up. All right.
Okay, so I've been taking notes. We need to talk about whether we want to increase the priority on the CDOT related safety items. We need to talk about whether we want to direct staff as a first step to work towards this Safer Streets grant or Reconnecting Communities grant, whichever one is the better fit. In general, what other items would we like to pursue? I'll say first. And maybe I'll pause there. How many items do you think that staff can try to pursue simultaneously?
Well, I think it really depends on the item, but I can't answer that. I mean, you know,
And we'll just get into it.
we want to hear what your priorities are, and then we can come back to you with how that matches with the time space continuum and our capacity.
Perfect. The other two things on my list are having the board select one of those community convening options. And then talking about, I think that we should have the weatherization information, that we should put that into the housing authority bucket. And so I want those two feel like the low hanging fruit, that like the things that we can satisfy quickly. Do you agree that when we're talking about weatherization information, et cetera, that we should be asking the housing authority to fill that gap, given that municipal residents can benefit from the same information?
Yeah, I mean,
These two.
just to be clear, well, I just want to ask for a little clarity to that. I am not proposing that staff create anything here. It's simply a matter of connecting and making sure that the information that already exists is provided in a more front and center way. Staff, and this is work we already do. We already connect people to the weatherization program at Northwest COG, and we already are promoting that. So I think it's an and, not an or.
Yeah, I mean, this whole focus was on DLD, and if you have a DLD website, I see no problem at all having that information there, even if it's also offered somewhere else on the county website.
Okay. I like the idea of an and. That's just a note as we're, and since you serve on the housing authority, that's I think that's something the housing authority will aspire to anyway.
Yes, for sure.
Okay. I want to talk about these different community convening options. The one that makes a lot of sense to me, rather than asking staff to evaluate creating a metro district or incorporating or any of these sort of heavier lifts, I think like the low hanging fruit option is for us to create some kind of a community steering committee and have staff, make sure that that's on the schedule and find the right cadence and like just kind of scope out what that would look like and then bring that back to the board. Does that, Amy, you look concerned.
Yeah, this is what is intended here is that this is a resource that we would provide to the DLD community. This is not a staff project. So the task is to provide a resource to DLD community members so they have access to information about what does incorporation mean? How do you form a community? How do you form a nonprofit? It's just to provide them with information.
I can speak to that a little bit. Joanne Sorensen was looking at, because they used to have a community, kind of like how they have Emerge. And that kind of got dropped, and she still has all that paperwork. She's had a couple surgeries, and then the holidays, hopefully she'll get that paperwork. But she said they can actually, get that going again under that same
Model.
I don't think it was like a nonprofit, but yeah, the same organization, just revitalize it.
Yeah. So that just to Jody's point, I mean, the idea was not for staff at the county to select an option for the DLD community or to provide the DLD community with the structure or take on the tool, but to just say, DLD, one of the things that we discussed was various methods of organization. And FYI, they did happen to gravitate towards a nonprofit level of organization. That was where they landed as a team, but as an outcome, he said, what we proposed in this implementation table was this idea of, let's just sort of document what we provided in the topic deep dive and say, here's the resources, here you go. So you have that, they have them available. It's a neighborhood resource, ways to develop some agency, provide that to themselves and each other. That's what that row is intended to mean.
Okay, given that information and given that there's energy in the community around convening themselves, I think my response is that that's not on my short list of things we should start working on immediately. And I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so I was unclear with what you said. You mean the community's already doing that?
Yes.
So there isn't anything for the staff to do?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just gonna just a marker for the future. I think that sustainably self-convening a community of that population is a big lift for a volunteer. And I'm very interested in a staff role in convening meetings for that community, not doing anything other than here's the day, who wants to talk about what, and
Yeah.
base level convening of the community to hold that space. I'm saying this as a volunteer that's really struggled to follow through over the years in a way that paid staff can.
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave that there for now, and we can continue to evaluate progress in that community around convening themselves.
Well, is the board comfortable with publishing the basic resources for how a community might organize themselves as a tool?
I don't, based on the information from Jody, I don't see that as one of the high priority items that I want to ask staff to pursue first.
Get the grant.
Okay.
So, okay, let's, which items, let's just ask this, which of these items inspire you to say, we should do this first? I heard you say that pursuing the Safer Streets grant or reconnecting communities. Is that on the list?
Yeah, is it possible that we can definitely do the safer streets, but can we look into the separation of communities? I mean, that was like $5 billion and it's communities along the interstate.
Yes, I was just on there. They have not released a NOFO for 2025, but the NOFO they released in 24 is for 3 years. So they've got to be releasing something to apply in 25.
Yeah, and it's for bridges and bike paths and all kinds of stuff that.
Yeah, I emailed them to ask what's up.
Okay.
And
Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, and is this something, Amy, that we can work with CDOT on?
Yeah, we would have to work with them because this whole area is in their right of way.
And would they also contribute to it, given
Unlikely.
all the pain and suffering this county's endured with all of the construction?
By participating,
Okay.
unlikely they would contribute funding.
Wow, all right.
Their capital funding planning process is on a 10-year horizon. But I think what we're talking about is, yes, that's on our short list of things we want to pursue first. We know staff has identified the Safer Streets grant. There's curiosity about whether the Reconnecting Communities grant is a better fit or an additional fit. I think that's the adequate level of sort of guidance from the board. Brian, did you have something?
I was just gonna say, it's all assuming, right, that the feds are gonna actually release.
Right. I know, that's what I said initially.
We just had a brief conversation as a leadership team yesterday, the impacts of the changes at the federal level on us here at the local level, and we think that's a conversation that we all eventually need to have together. So I put that out there. It could potentially come up on Thursday. We're gonna talk about it as a team on Monday. So we can get you additional info, and there are some already immediate impacts. again, something we probably own, we talked about together.
And just to beat a dead horse, but, which is a horrible expression, I'm sorry. I want something to come out of this with DLD. I want us to be able to say to DLD, this is how the county is working to help you.
Yeah.
I'd love to have, something that shows them after all of these years of surveys and everything else and all of their, recent meetings they've all been attending, that the county takes that area seriously and we are working to help. I mean, if there's anything we can do right now, other than saying, well, we're working on applying for grants,
Yeah.
that would be helpful.
I think that you make a great point, and that's where some of these other items, like being responsive to some of the the requests for putting information, making information available,
Mhm.
having meetings, having a town hall in DLD,
Okay.
and providing information is useful. Because those are things that can be done sooner than later. And even having this meeting, we are taking action, we are taking this seriously and taking this plan seriously and recognizing this community. Yeah, so I do think there are some, and I think what we can do is bring back to you take your feedback and your input and bring back to you a more informed action plan and proposal and say, here's what we heard you say, here's what we heard was important to you, and here's what we propose as how we will move forward. Here's what we want to do first. Here's the short game. Here's what we can do that might take a little longer. Here's what we can do for some immediate benefits and action, and just that we're doing it right now.
Okay.
And come back to you.
Thank you.
I do have a couple questions when you are ready. Sure, looks like you're about to speak.
Couple questions related to,
Where we go from here and
yeah,
what direction you're giving.
I'm thinking, let's continue to mine for items that the board say we should begin first. Start to approach discomfort with what we're asking of you. You can let us know.
Okay.
Does anybody, one of the things that pops out to me, and part of this is because I think it's discreet and there's a quick answer, and I'd like it to be prepared by the time we're doing a town hall in DLD, is an evaluation of our STR ordinance and whether we think it's going to meet those concerns. Does the board agree that doing that makes sense?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm getting questions. I'm still people contacting me that because they don't realize that you have changed the STR regulations. So that might be beneficial to give them an update and say, you have been working on things.
Yes,
And
here's the change. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
And maybe even in the DLD website link or whatever, short-term rental questions, new regs. These are the new regs, just putting, people on notice.
Yeah.
And also getting credit for having changed the regulations.
I know there's a YouTube video that Lexi did about STRs, and it's on the website too. So in the meantime, people can look at that, and that's really informative. But yeah, great.
Great, thank you.
What other things pop up as I want to work on this right away? Rebecca, I will note earlier in the conversation, you brought up exploring major projects with CDOT.
Yes.
Would you like that to be on the list of things to begin immediately?
That was my goal in trying to, or my goal to be on the I-70 coalition board, but then you explained that they have a 10-year plan and it would be hard to insert something new, but.
I can report that I'm working actively with road and bridge and the CDOT maintenance crew to get solid agreements on maintenance of CR 308 to just establish clear ownership responsibilities. We know who's responsible for, we know whether it's CDOT's right of, whether CDOT does the plowing and maintenance of the surface, but to get clear on and get a written MOU on shoulders, culverts, other aspects of road maintenance, and start getting clearer agreements on how all of that works
Right.
on County Road 308. And we will also talk about things like the Bakerville section and other sections of the frontage road that are,
And traffic calming as people jump off I-70 to buzz down 308, because I think they're gonna get someplace.
well, that's a slightly different topic, but that still will be a good forum for those conversations and to figure out, how to make that work. The group I'm convening is really just maintenance, the maintenance.
Okay, sure.
So they would not necessarily be in a position to approve issues like traffic calming. But at least we would be able to start making sure that the issues that were of major concern to the community members, which were like potholes and issues that affected their daily life in DLD, were to be addressed. So, which is one of the items on here.
And one of the issues was not being able to get out of their own driveway because people were speeding too much on 308.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
This will all come up in the Safer Streets Safety Action Plan.
thank you.
So develop maintenance agreement with CDOT, especially given that there's already progress. That seems like, should be on the, let's do this first list. You
Mhm.
agree?
Yes, yes,
it's-
because that would have an immediate benefit,
Yeah.
DLD.
At least it gives clarity for some of these other things. The explore major projects to me feels like, I don't know about that 18 to 24 month timeline. That feels like a big enough item that it should be on the we're going to pursue this first list. And my guess is that if we really focus on it and pursue it, by
Squeaky
the time you
wheels.
guys are running for reelection, we might start to see these things in 10-year plans, et cetera. And that's the like focus and timeline it's going to require.
Yep.
So I support it being on the list.
Okay.
I was gonna say, back to the communication, when you look at our website and then you have the municipalities where you can click on it, it'll take you to, Georgetown, Idaho Springs. Can we add a tab on there and I'm sure that St. Mary's would love one, Lloyd Hill probably.
West Evergreen.
I know it is Johnny Acres, but what is the other name? Is it Blue
Blue Valley Acres,
Oh, Blue
Valley
Valley.
Acres? Yeah.
Johnny Acres.
Forest.
I know it is Johnny Acres. That's what it used to be called. But there could be separate tabs on here where we could communicate directly to these communities.
Yeah, I can look into doing that. I know our website is bogged down with a lot of stuff. But I'm in the process of trying to reorganize everything, but yeah, I can definitely do something like that.
And I think, those of us in unincorporated Clear Creek, see a lot of Idaho Springs,
Mhm.
Georgetown, Silver Plume, Empire. But we kind of feel like, well, where's Floyd Hill? Where's Evergreen?
Mhm.
Where's,
Yeah,
all the other ones? And I totally hear you about not wanting to get it bogged down.
yeah,
But it would be nice to feel like those of us in unincorporated Clear Creek also have a voice and a
definitely.
place to go for resources.
And I am not a website guru. I inherited this. I taught myself how to use the website, just so you guys know. So
Okay.
I'll definitely try and do something like that. But if it looks bad, don't get mad at me. Like I said, I inherited this.
No, we'll figure out something.
Oh, yeah. And we do have a new tool and so definitely, I can definitely look into something like that.
So
you.
create DLD sub website. We want that to be on there to communicate this sub area plan, progress on the plan, some of these other things that are mentioned, et cetera.
And I think the forum is also,
Yeah, that's it.
I would,
that we can incorporate into this plan. And
Yeah.
I think, I can work with you Megan, and we can figure out a way. And I also, I have this little nagging worry that creating neighborhood specific web pages are going to be very duplicative, and that might be
Sure.
okay. That might be fine. We might be comfortable with that, but it's just, when we build this out, we might discover some things about it, and it might be time to do that. But and that's why I don't want to promise a specific solution, but I want to promise that we will find a way to make resources available to specific communities.
Or even if you call it, unincorporated Clear Creek
Yeah.
County and then list all the neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And then you can have like a mass, you know.
I think there's gonna be a solution in there. somewhere.
Okay.
And,
Yeah.
and again, that was a big, realization about working with the TLD community is that there are these intact communities with like DNA of their own, you know, and they do deserve to have a place for agency and to be recognized. And
Yeah.
we do need to find a solution for that. But
Thank you.
yeah, we'll figure something out.
And before you publish this, just address that wildfire map.
Okay, so this is published. This is the thing. This is a published document. So that is one of my questions is
Okay.
want us to make these edits but that means going back to the planning commission and pulling, unrecording, re-recording this document, redoing some public,
I
This
would
is
say,
on our
just
GIS
say,
right now. And so I just want to make sure.
just say, amendment, map, number 3.7 or whatever, attachment 3.7, has been updated to the Forest Service fire risk map or will be updated, or just, something so that when average member of the county opens it up and goes, that's a lot more than a medium wildfire risk. Why are they just kind of blanketing that area with medium wildfire risk?
Okay.
I think where you're going with this is, can we do something to inform the public that we may not have confidence in that map without taking this document back to the planning?
Right.
Right. And so
Yeah.
if that's, I agree with that. And
I don't know how to do that.
No, it must, if
Okay.
you are going to modify or amend this in any way,
let me just, we've heard it. Let me
Okay.
just, I think what Rebecca is onto here, and it makes sense, is like next to the link to that document, you say, no, figure 2.7 may not be the most current representation of
There we go.
wildfire
There we go.
risks.
Um,
You're not amending the plan. We don't have to go back. We don't have to like drive 10 hours of staff time to get the plan readopted. We can just put a note next to the link.
I think, do we already have a disclaimer on all of our GIS maps that say,
I didn't see one.
no?
I'm not on that one.
But there was a,
I think so to change it, small or big, we need to go through the amendment process. So if you want to change this map, which was pulled from our own GIS, then we need to go through the amendment process, and maybe it's worth it, because we want to have this document is going to stand is going to be for a long time, and then that's what we should do.
but I understand what Commissioner Marlin is saying, and that I think you can easily make notes to the plan as to your observations relating to it, including that the map may not be accurate at this moment. There may be updates that are needed. You can put those clarifications on the website. It doesn't change the plan itself. You're just putting those clarifications, right? But you're also not accepting or stating that we have a new map or that we have a new reference. We're not doing that. We're just putting a clarification on there. At some point, if further guidance is needed, we will have to go back for an amendment, just as
Yeah.
Amy suggested. But I do think we're talking two different things. It's no different in a way than the board simply having its own comments on the plan on the webpage.
Thank you. And then if we want to update the plan formally, officially, I suggest we have that conversation in a year. I suggest we work through this plan a little bit.
Well, I was going to say, and just a reminder, this plan is going to go into the master plan. So that'll be another 10 years when that is that correct?
No,
LD plan?
you plan on, this plan will go into the next master plan, yes.
Right.
Which will likely, we're shooting to have a new master plan in around 2027. We haven't completely decided that, but most likely this will be included in the 2027.
Okay, and before 2027, we should go through the process of updating everything before it's put into the 2027 master plan.
We could do that, and we also will have an opportunity to amend this plan when it gets incorporated into the 2027 master plan.
I would put this on the list of pretty minor issues. There are, if you're looking for wildfire safety maps, you can go on Google, you're gonna look at wildfire risk map, you're gonna get right to that Colorado State Forest Service resource well before you're in all of these different documents that are sort of point in time information.
Yeah, because even that map in 5 years could look different.
It will look different. I mean, the Colorado Forest Service map could look different in 6 months. They're
Right.
constantly
Right.
updating it. And so that's just kind of,
I just cringe when something is publicized that people might rely on and have them look at that and go, oh, we're fine. When you really want them to be on notice that, you know, there's a risk here. So I'm not comfortable not doing anything about it. I don't want to take this and just plop it in the master plan. And I don't want to take this without some sort of note saying, you know, after review, or the county commissioners have made some suggested changes, which will be incorporated in, you know, a future document, or specifically putting them on notice that the fire map will be updated.
I think the direction is clear. The board is asking for staff to identify that map may not be accurate or the most up-to-date resource, figure 2.7. I think the direction is clear.
3.7, but yeah,
Is the direction clear?
is that okay?
That would really apply to all the static maps in the plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so if staff wants to write a broader comment, you know, I think that's within your purview.
Yeah,
Or
because all,
nothing should be relied on for your own safety. This is a ongoing project or something.
yeah, and truly that is the case with all digital, all static representations of digital data. I mean, no one should be relying on a printed map.
Theoretically, you could go look at the 2010 master plan and rely on that too, and it's on our website. But I mean, you're identifying an important issue. I think that we've resolved it. Do you agree? Do you agree?
With Peter's comment, just having a note,
Right, it doesn't amend the plan, it doesn't change the plan, it's just a cautionary.
it's
point
just
or
putting people
noting.
on notice that,
And this would
Correct.
on web pages where the document is published, not in the document.
Correct. A little bit of context for the board, expectations management on the website. Counties and local governments required to make significant changes to the website. I know that staff is working on those. That's another project that's working in a separate lane that could complicate the timeline associated with getting this up. And I just want to note that to the board because I know it's happening and you may not have.
I don't understand. Can you
The
say
website
that?
is required to undergo very significant changes to
Oh,
meet
because of
ADA compliance. And so I don't know how, I'm just sort of creating some space for staff to figure out how that works as you're overhauling the website. And thank you for mentioning, this is my last comment on the website. Thank you for mentioning the Clear Creek Forum. I actually think, and I'm curious, I would encourage you both to explore the Clear Creek Forum. I think that's the appropriate place for something like this to live. As people start to register and log in, like that's also a natural place for them to talk to one another and offer feedback to the government and for us to throw polls out there. And so if you Google Clear Creek Forum, you will find it.
Okay, but it's not on the Clear Creek County, Colorado website.
It is.
It is, if you go to the, just the homepage and you scroll down, I can share my screen.
There is a link to it.
Yep.
It is hosted separately.
One moment and I'll share my screen and show you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, welcome. Okay, so is that on the first page or?
So here's the website, and if you scroll down, it's the spotlight, and these are like the most used links.
Mhm.
And then, so we've got Gwinnell Pass information, taxes, BOCC stuff, and then go to the Clear Creek County.
Oh, what is the Clear Creek County Forum? Thank you.
Yep, and it'll take you here, and you can scroll down, and you can see DLD, Clear Path Home, other fun stuff, so.
Excellent. Thank you.
The theory behind this tool is that people register. And then when we have a project we're working on, like the DLD planning project, that's where people can learn to know to go for information and offer feedback, and we can post surveys and like, so as a way to enhance this tool, I would suggest that staff think about whether this DLD site should just live on this tool.
Okay. And Commissioner Marlin, just so you know, we are, in many cases, we are not having people, we're not requiring registration for a lot of the community engagement projects. But for many projects, we do require engagement. We do not always require registration, just to be clear. When we're doing a survey for the public, we don't always ask them to register, just so we can really not put barriers up. But some projects do require registration. So we've used it for a lot of different projects. It has a great survey tool and it's pretty excellent.
So let's go back to which items. I'm just going to review. Right now, our list is the item referring to Safer Streets Grant, pedestrian safety, evaluating the STR ordinance, developing that maintenance MOU with CDOT, exploring those major projects with CDOT, creating the DLD sub website, and this is sort of separate, but also like work all of this into the town hall DLD, in DLD town hall. Let me ask staff, like, how satiated are you by that list? And then we'll ask the board what else should be on that list.
So let me make sure I have this right. You said safer streets and exploring the Reconnecting Communities grant to make sure that's accurate. Evaluate STR ordinance to see if that satisfies the community's need for STR action. The maintenance agreement with CDOT, create a DLD webpage, and set up DLD town halls. Is that the complete list?
Did you say explore major projects with CDOT?
I did not.
That is the complete list. But I don't know that it's the final list, because maybe there are other things that feel like they should be
Okay.
pursued immediately.
And that was above the DLD webpage, right? In ranking.
I don't, as of right now, I don't know that those are ranked. I think
Okay.
they're just like simultaneously pursued.
Okay.
It feels to me like we're getting close to what you might be able to pursue simultaneously within your capacity.
Well, on the DLD webpage, that's where they could put the insulation and, you know, all that information. They can drop that in there about the wells,
Like even,
the well safety. All that could be just dropped into that website.
yeah. Yeah, so I think that's combining a lot of the things in the blue section. That's helpful. One of the questions I had that's on my list for you would be if the items that we assigned to address through future master planning, if you think I assigned those, if those are in the correct bucket.
My only comment on that is through future master planning, and or you know, if we find that the DLD area is able to self-convene and really move through stuff, like that might be another lane for this stuff. And so that's my only comment.
Okay.
That we may not have to fund another master plan to start to see some of this stuff work out.
Okay, so you would maybe like edit that to be like future master planning or other planning efforts.
Yeah, right. Or informal community conversations. You know, I'll leave the phrasing to you, but
Okay.
master plans are a big formal process that costs a lot of money, and the community may be able to arrive at some solutions without that.
Okay.
Yes. Other things that are missing? Do you want to just do doing that?
Let's this conversation.
Okay. I think we're getting close. What else? Anybody else have anything else that they're like, we want this to be begun immediately?
I mean, I am all about the safer streets, so
The bigger the list, the slower the progress.
yeah.
the development review process is of interest to me. There are notification distances, tightening up, requiring developers to establish that there's water, like those feel important, but if the board would like to just keep this list short, like I can live with that. What's your take on?
So I think both the some of the specific, those first two in the orange, the development review process and notification and the well size thing. I think those are all things that that would be likely to be included or addressed through the broader code update projects that Garrett and I will be bringing to you for your input on in March. So that project, we have several code update issues that came out of the DLD project, several that came out of the Clear Path Home project, several that Garrett would like to propose, and a handful that your former body, the former BOCC had suggested, that are all basically really one project to look at in a body of zoning code updates that we would like to share with you in a similarly complicated and lengthy session that will open with a less than 10-minute presentation and then take an hour and a half.
Thank you. So I'm satisfied that the items in orange will make it back to us through a different process.
Okay.
I'm satisfied with the list. Are you any other modifications to that list? Okay. I don't think there's anything else that we need to discuss on this. Is there anything else that we need to discuss on this?
Was there any interest in the option to become, the recommendation to become a certified local government as a response to the community's interest in historic preservation?
I have interest in everything on this list. I have concern about saying we're going to do everything at once.
Okay, so that's a lower priority is what you'd say. Okay.
Safety first.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and call this done. The board's going to do a quick recess. We'll reconvene at 10:45. The next thing on the agenda is work session to discuss participation in Accelerate Colorado.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Good question.
Okay, we are back as meeting as the Board of County Commissioners. The next item is a work session to discuss Accelerate Colorado. Before we get to that item, Peter, I want to ask you, I believe one of these executive sessions is scheduled and it's scheduled for 1 PM. Is that correct?
No. You're thinking of next meetings, executive sessions relating to OU5.
Oh, okay, so these, okay, thank you. So we have a work session to discuss participation with Accelerate Colorado. In your packet, you saw a little bit of information about what Accelerate Colorado does. I think I will just sort of open it up by sharing my experience with Accelerate Colorado. Is that acceptable to you? Of course. Okay. Accelerate Colorado, you might notice that what is his name? Steve.
Coffin?
Thank you.
Steve Coffin?
Steve Coffin is a member of Accelerate Colorado, or his company. I think in 2018, Steve Coffin recommended we join Accelerate Colorado specifically for the purpose of Accelerate Colorado was advocating for infrastructure money to get into Colorado. And we had our eye on the needs around I-70. And we used Accelerate Colorado as a vehicle to bring federal funds into the I-70 Floyd Hill project. At that time, Accelerate Colorado was a coalition of local governments interested in economic development and infrastructure investment, oil and gas companies, and renewable energy companies. And they hire a lobbyist that is focused on influencing Republicans in Congress, sort of a Republican leaning lobbyist. And that's kind of important to note. So there was a time when we were going to DC with a specific agenda around the need for funding on Floyd Hill and using Accelerate Colorado as the vehicle to do that. The other value that I've seen is as we pursue congressionally directed spending projects, Accelerate Colorado has been moderately helpful in helping us navigate that process. The reason I say moderately is because I think we've submitted good projects to our Congress people and senators that might have been able to do it on their own and may have just done it on their own. So I don't want to suggest to you that we would not have gotten the $2 million to help with this building if we weren't in Accelerate Colorado. So that's kind of the background of what the organization does. Fast forward to the future, I believe the number of local governments that participate is smaller. And the renewable energy companies have kind of fallen out of there was a fourth element there. We were talking about, we were lobbying the federal government to fix federal marijuana law and make it align with Colorado so that like marijuana industry could have access to banking. I think that's been resolved too. And I think the marijuana companies have also fallen out of this coalition. So I think what's in front of us is, do we want to continue to be members? And do we want to participate in the DC fly-in? Specific to that DC fly-in, I have attended once. I did not see a ton of value. If we go out there with a specific agenda and we're planning meetings with specific legislators, Congress people, there's value to be had. The value, what they do is they go and all the members go and they sit in a room and they hear the Colorado delegation speak to about 40 people about at a really high level about their priorities. I did not see a ton of value. There's like limited opportunity to stand up and say, what about this Senator Hickenlooper or what about that? And that's the information. And I'm trying to be as neutral as I can. I don't want to bias you all. I want to like just sort of stay and like, what other questions do you have for a moment?
I read through this and that was my question. What is the value? I don't see the value for the extra $7,000 to have all of us go. And if you have gone, even in a more conducive environment than now, and you didn't see the value, in this time of austerity, I don't see the need for it. I mean, I know, I have learned that part of our job is lobbying our legislators, state and federal, to support us. But it seems to me that it would be less expensive to, talk to our congressmen and senators in Colorado and not have to fly to DC to do it.
So a couple things for me is, with the budget crisis that we're in, I don't know if this is a very well spent thing. I was reading too that I don't know that there's a whole lot that directly impacts us that they do. It's more of a broad, area. Obviously, I'm new, so I try to absorb as much information as I can. And there seems to be a lot of other places that we could get that. We do meet with our own reps, Leslie Smith and Dylan Roberts, for things that we need. I don't know if this is going to Washington DC. It sounds fun, but I don't know
It's fun.
that this year or now is the time for that.
Additional information, NACO, National Association of Counties, we are members.
Right.
They do DC fly-ins. We've never participated in those. I think I agree. The caveat that if we wanted to delay a decision for one more meeting would be to explore a conversation with Accelerate about how they view their policy agenda changing given the change in administration. There's going to be a need for Congress and the executive branch, the Trump administration, to understand how much the people of Clear Creek County rely on programs like SNAP that just got to freeze. We may find this as a tool, like if they're in that lane, we may want to be in that lane with them, and it may be worth the money. 20% of our total expenditures are federally funded. So that's the only, I can go today, let's tell Accelerate that we're not going to participate anymore and let's lean into NACO. Or I can go, let's ask Accelerate Colorado that question and have a quick work session on this at our next meeting.
NACO does the same thing, and how much are they?
Beth is going to have that answer.
I will. I'll look it up for you.
Thank you.
Of the two, I would say participation in NACO is more. It is a county dedicated organization.
My concern, again, is that we can talk to our own people, and their job in DC is to lobby on behalf of their state. And I'm not sure that, a county commissioner coming from Clear Creek County, I mean, I worked on Capitol Hill. I lived in DC for 10 years. It's a lovely place to go. But as far as, this sounds awful, but people coming to lobby the congressman without being major donors don't necessarily have a big say unless you think that Accelerate or and or NOCO have enough oomph to be able to convince them that they control a lot of voters and that this would be a good idea to listen to them.
Generally speaking, I think there's a value add to meeting them in their offices.
But they have offices here we could meet.
I mean, specifically meeting them in their offices in DC. They spend a pretty small amount of time in Colorado, and when they're here, they're very distracted. When you find them in their office in DC, there's just a value add. That's just That's the sense I have, and it's the sense that a lot of your colleagues around the state share. It's why they go. Typically, they go through NACO.
Hmm.
So
Well, then maybe Accelerate and NACO, maybe we should choose one versus. And Beth, have you found that number yet?
So it's coming up soon. The NACO Legislative Conference is March 1st through the 4th. The conference is $530 per person. And then they can help you find lodging, which I haven't dug into that because it's mostly the RVO. But I figure you might know where's the best place to stay.
the NACO conference is not in DC. NACO does fly-ins to DC.
Says $275 a night at the Washington Hilton.
Sounds like DC.
Mhm.
Yeah, that conference might be in DC this year. I know, the reason I know this is because the only NACO conference I've attended was in Adams County at the Gaylord.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, yeah, they rotate. That's the national one. They rotate.
So like, what's your preference? Should we make a decision now? And if we're going to make a decision now, my opinion would be to drop Accelerate and stick with NACO. Or should we ask me to reach out to Accelerate and say, hey, what's the value in this context? And then report back to you on that conversation at the next meeting.
My gut reaction is to drop Accelerate now because of our financial situation. And particularly if you think NACO is more effective than Accelerate.
Does Accelerate have an annual fee as well?
Yeah, the annual fee is what buys one commissioner a trip to DC and buys us access to their all of their policy work and their lobbyists.
Okay, so for $5,000, they fly you in, or does the county fly you in?
They fly you in. So I mean, it's a good deal if we want to go to Washington DC with Accelerate. It may not be the right coalition for Clear Creek. And it might not be, the policy agenda may not be relevant. And that's where like the piece of information we're missing is what's your policy agenda going to look like with the Trump admin in place? Like, is there unity around advocating for federal funding for local programs? Or are we going down there with a coalition that is counties and oil and gas companies? Are we going down there to advocate for, say, drilling on public lands?
Mhm.
I don't have a lot of interest in that.
Right.
How much is NACO's yearly?
The annual fee for NACO is $450. And we've already paid that this year. I sent you guys a lot of links on their pages. They have a lot of resources. And then again, you'd pay that $575 fee for the conference and then the $275 a night for the hotel.
And also
The flight,
the flight.
that's
Okay.
per diem.
That sounds like a way better deal and more aligned with, what we are about, where we live.
So your opinion too is that we should make a decision today and drop Accelerate?
I think so.
Okay, let's do
I
it.
agree.
I think the outcome of this is that we're directing staff to notify Accelerate that we're not going to be members this year.
And am I booking you all to DC on March 1st through the 4th?
Where?
Not all of us.
Are you talking about,
For the
For NACO?
the NACO Legislative Conference?
I'm not ready to give you an answer to that.
Okay,
I want to find out exactly what their agenda is and,
I'll get it for you.
okay. Thank
Can
you.
we ask for a work session about our participation in NACO? And that can give us time to look at, they have a bunch of different policy specific subcommittees. They have a conference a year. They have, I think more than one DC fly-in is what they call them. And we can just talk about how we want to engage with that. My experience with with Clear Creek County over the last 6 years is we've done very little with NACO.
But they're still better than Accelerate.
I don't have a clear answer to that.
Okay, yes, I would say we need a work session to find out how effective we would be by participating in NACO and or going to DC to lobby.
Yeah, so a work session on NICA, we can look at what they do and figure out if we want to, as a board, spend, I mean, that would be largely commissioners deciding to dedicate energy to that organization and fly in with them, et cetera. So
I just, you know, with our budget and my example of, you know, finding paper clips on the carpet, I just cringe at the idea of even contemplating all three of us going. But yes, let's get more information and make sure this is really a wise expenditure of our money that would directly benefit Clear Creek or have the potential of benefiting us.
that is the outcome of that one. Let's move to a work session regarding the SNCTAW Tarn. Brian is listed as the presenter on this. Given that Brian is out on jury duty, I'm going to do my best to summarize the conversation that we had previously. Obviously, you have information in your packets. So we have this proposal to name a tarn the SNCTAW Tarn. This proposal is coming from someone who had a unique experience at that tarn and wants it to have a name. It currently does not have a geographic name. When this was brought to the board, there were questions about whether the Native American tribes that used to reside on this land, whose land we are currently on, had any comment on this. The answer to that is inconclusive. I don't think outreach was ever made to the tribes. At the time, a commissioner said that they were going to do that and it was not done. And so the options that I see are to either direct staff or have a commissioner try to go and reach out to the 4 different tribes that I think, from my memory, that is the Southern Arapaho and Ute, which is a combined tribe, the Northern Arapaho and the Northern Ute, which are separate tribes, and Southern Arapaho and Cheyenne, Northern Arapaho, Northern Cheyenne, and then the Mountain Ute. Those are the 4 tribes.
Right. And one of the reasons why that's an issue is that there was an allegation that SNCTAW was a Native American name or a word. And the other, but then there was contrary information that it was actually Watkins spelled backwards, which is one of the explorers or whatever. So I didn't want to just say, oh, it's Native American, we should adopt it. I want to make sure it's not a, you know, bad word in Ute or something. So,
exactly. Thank you. So
Yeah.
the options that I think we have, and like, please share if you think there are other options. One option is either a commissioner or staff reach out to these 4 tribes. My experience, my vicarious experience through Randy is that it can take some time to get a response. The other option is to respond now and respond. We have 3 options in that response, right? We support, we oppose, or other. The other option would be to say other and to say we support the tribal voice in this decision and leave it at that. And that could help us create an expectation for applicants to this process that if you come to our board for a recommendation and you don't have, you haven't done your homework with these tribes, you're going to get an other response from us. So those are the 2 options that I think we have. Are there other options that we should evaluate, or do you have an opinion on those 2?
I did talk to Randy about this as well, and he contacted or was going to contact the Ute tribes. And as far as I know, he has not heard back from them. He did say that it is harder to get a hold of them post-COVID. It was during COVID. So there's that, the former commissioner that tried to reach out. I don't know, I watched that and I just thought, does that set a precedent for other people? Like you said, to come to us when they have, you know, a hiking experience or something. I kind of didn't understand the whole Native American tie to it.
I can offer the perspective on the Native American tie. This board has, the past board greatly respected the tribal voice on geographic naming. Because this is their historic land.
And I get that.
And so that's
But
the
this
tie-in.
name,
Is that anytime there's a proposed name, the tribe should have a voice, was sort of a value of the prior board and a value that I have. So I don't know if that clarifies.
yeah, but this didn't come from the Native Americans, I guess is what I'm saying. It came from gentlemen that
Mhm.
thought, you know, he had read that somebody else had heard it that way, but we don't know.
Right. And my opinion is that regardless of where it's coming from, if you're talking about geographic names within the borders of Clear Creek County and asking us our opinion, we're going to want to know the tribal voice to develop our opinion.
Right.
And if we are agreed that that's still our approach, then I think we have two options.
I think it makes sense to reach out and ask them. If they don't get back to us in a timely manner, then I think the ball's back in our court. And I know that it was a gentleman from out of state who was proposing this. And I want to make sure that, you know, we're not violating any norms in Clear Creek for naming or, as I said before, not adopting a derogatory word or a word that sounds derogatory to anyone. So I like the idea of other and waiting for other proposals or more information. And I'm not ready to make a decision on it right now.
Yeah, same.
Let me try to persuade you. There's an option that I think is the clear option. And the reason I think it's the clear option is because I don't think geographic naming is something that this organization should be dedicating a lot of time to.
Right.
It would just be us recommending too. We would have to.
Yeah.
Not Clear Creek
Yeah.
County that names these.
All they're doing is asking us our opinion. And we can choose to dedicate a lot of time to informing that opinion ourselves, or we can choose to have expectations for the people that are bringing these proposals. I prefer the latter. I strongly prefer the latter.
Mhm.
The way for this organization to both be right with our values and be right with our investment of time and resources is to direct staff today to check the other box, explain that other means we don't have an opinion because we don't have the information we need. And then we're done with the conversation.
Sure.
And if they want to come back to us with a proposal that does have Native American voices included, we can reconsider it, and we can reconsider it in about the same amount of time that we just spent.
Well, and he did say in that interview that he wasn't married to the name.
I see a desire for staff comment.
So I have Assistant County Manager and Finance Director. I was just going to suggest there is the Colorado Commission. There is the Colorado Commission of Indian Affairs that you can contact directly. They have contact with all of the tribes. I'm sure you all have already tried that route. I just want to suggest that they have direct contact with both the Ute, Mountain Ute, Southern Ute, and then the other tribes that have been in Colorado. They're a great representation source and they have a direct contact.
Great. And so maybe this gentleman could do further research for us and
Or some, at least.
make that contact. Yeah.
I thank you. And I agree. I think the right avenue is the person creating this proposal should do that groundwork. We've got things that are directly related to the quality of life of the people of Clear Creek County that we need to focus on.
Agreed.
And so do you agree with that?
Yeah, that gentleman did say he reached out and he heard nothing back.
And I know how hard Randy worked when we had two big geographic names to discuss in this county. Randy worked on that of his own accord because it was a really important issue to him. If this is something that either of you desires to chase down, like I'm willing to accommodate that. I don't think we should ask staff to take time on this.
I agree.
Well, and I think just it would be different if it was a Native American tribe coming to us opposed to a gentleman in Texas.
So it sounds like we're agreed. The direction is check the other box, provide an explanation as to, we don't have an opinion because we don't have the information we need to have an opinion. And we let that go up through the rest of the process is it'll go to the Colorado Geographic Naming Advisory Board. They'll make a recommendation that'll go up to the US Bureau of Geographic Naming, which may or may not exist tomorrow. And we'll, so are we agreed?
That's just fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
That's the direction. Thank you. Brian had information for us on the work session to discuss public safety financing. Does that information still exist in this room?
As far, he wanted you to create an agenda and then look at that draft solicitation that I wrote. Yeah.
I did read it. I did have some follow-up questions for Brian, which hasn't gotten answered. So maybe we should what's the timing on this?
Meeting with the municipalities on Monday. So I think he wanted your help in creating the agenda for that meeting discussion. And oh, he also said that they don't have the full information back from Bill Ray, the survey person. If that helps.
Want me to text him and see if he'll hop on Zoom when he's done?
Sure.
Thank you.
I can look at the last. agenda.
Let's talk through this solicitation.
Okay.
And that can buy us some time. And the other thing we can do to buy time is conduct these executive sessions.
Packet.
So, but I can make it part of the package.
And was it agendized?
It's, it was just, Brian wanted to talk about it in the public safety.
I think he brought up at the beginning of the meeting that he was going to ask me about it.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is a draft document, which I'm uncomfortable discussing a draft in public as it is.
Okay.
Without direction.
Then let's do this. We have a process for this, for draft documents. Individual commissioners are in receipt of this document. Provide your comments to Beth. And we can do that outside of a meeting. Just, this is a solicitation for the open seats on the Clear Creek Fire Authority Board of Directors, just for public information if anybody's watching.
Should we? Yeah, he was supposed to be there at 11 for jury selection. Oof, he's not gonna be out anytime soon.
No.
Should we go into executive session for the purpose stated?
That's my opinion
okay.
as well. I agree.
Yeah, Brian asked that we be here for that. I'll be in that meeting, in the executives as well.
Thank you.
Okay. So therefore, I'm going to move the board into executive session for the following purposes. We might as well just get both of them on the record.
Pursuing.
Fine.
Pursuant to CRS 246402-4A and D for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in water and the renewal of a water lease with Echo Mountain Resort, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the renewal of that water lease. And pursuant to CRS 246402-4B and E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the county taxing authority under Colorado statutes, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to proposed legislation relating to that authority.
I welcome a second on that motion.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
Aye. Passes. The board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. The board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. We are back here in regular session to discuss the last item on the agenda, which was a work session to discuss public safety financing. Brian, we are glad that you're in the room because I think you had prepared this conversation. So I'm going to hand it to you.
Well, I think in conversation today is figuring out what our agenda is for next Monday.
Mhm.
In our joint meeting with the municipalities. I think one of those items is state support for public safety needs.
And Beth had stated, did you say that you had put together some ideas about an agenda?
I mean, this is a total draft. And I just put down these ideas from our last,
Yeah, I think these are, yeah, they're ideas based on the discussion that the review had last time. And I think which is kind of growing on even the previous discussion with the previous board too.
Do you have more copies for,
yes,
on our desk.
oh, here.
Yay. Just go one at a time. Do we have an update from WR Communications? We're not ready.
Only that we're working on it. But at this point, we only even have just an outline of what the narrative is going to look like, not even a draft of the narrative yet. I think we meet that same week. So it would be the next meeting before we could
So
have something to look at.
we'll stick it on the agenda and offer that as an update. What do you think?
Sure.
Review of Clear Creek County PIO fact document.
And before we go there, so I'm going to let Bill know he probably doesn't need to be at this meeting. I don't think it's valuable for his time to be there.
You guys good with that?
I'm sorry, who?
Bill, so this is the person that one of the two of you emailed about. WR Communications is our consultant that we're using for our public safety financing survey. What's going to be the third survey he's done for us.
And he'll be at the meeting next week.
I was suggesting that we probably don't need him because I just gave the update and it's about a minute long and I'm not so sure it's worth his time and
Oh, right,
Yeah.
'cause he's expensive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next, where are we at on the frequently asked questions document?
So there were some of the questions that you wanted to address on there that I didn't know the answer to. So I emailed Jeremy last week with the FAQs and just asked him to give me some clarification on I think it was 3 or 4 things, and I haven't heard back. But the other ones are ready to go.
So we've got a draft that we can share and
Yes.
ask for comment.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay, so then I think that one sticks.
Yep.
Very factual information to be released by the PIO to educate the public on the reality of public safety costs. Is that,
she needs data from us and
Are you asking if the public safety cost is in there? I can send you the draft of what I have so far, but there was, the fire authority information was in there. And then I've got some stats in there from the sheriff's office about how much they're applying to I-70 or responding to I-70 and that kind of stuff, but I can send it to
so
you.
that's a document that exists that we could.
I kind of feel like this relates to the survey work that's going on, the narrative that's
Yes.
being developed there.
Yeah.
I think this is another one that we wait on because she's helping and that information is helping to inform the narrative that we're writing into the survey.
I think it would also be helpful if we determine where the FAQs would be. It would obviously be on our website, but if the other municipalities would like to use it, CCFA, that kind of stuff too would be
Right, so
beneficial to discuss.
the questions we're facilitating for on that are, what's the quality of the document and how do we deliver the document? Right? Cool. Financial planning and analysis. This is us just continuing to evaluate sales tax approach versus a mill levy approach, mill levy for fire department only, unified team sales tax. Have that conversation, correct? Just to update you to on the fire authority board. I've said this. Did I say it when you were on the board? Stop me if you've heard this. On the fire authority board, we had a conversation about these two options. public safety sales tax, that includes the sheriff, it includes EMS, or a fire dedicated mill levy, fire only. The feedback was from that board, well, fire is the priority, and we're worried that adding more to a sales tax is not going to help that measure pass. And so what I did in response was ask Kelly and Jeremy for a meeting to discuss what kind of a property tax rate we would need to propose to actually fund good and to update what good that with three categories of fire funding, good, better, best, to sort of recalculate what good means. And the outcome of that is that it's 14 total mills. That's about 10 new mills for us and less for the municipalities. So that's the update on that one. So we're going to be bringing that conversation about those two options to the municipalities and hearing what they think.
And we'll get information about, so 10 mils, is that 10% of your property tax?
That's 10 1,000ths of the value of your home.
Your assessed value.
Of your assessed value. It's 10 1,000, it's 4% of 10 1,000ths or 7% of 10 1,000ths, right? Because it's
10 mils.
It's 1,000th. A mill is 1,000th of the value with the assessment rate applied, which is around 7%.
$1 for every $1,000 of assessed value.
Oh, thank you. So I'm trying to do the math.
That's the easiest way for me to.
Yes, yes,
Okay, so $1 per $1,000.
of assessed value.
Assessed value.
So the assessor does the actual and then they apply the assessment rate.
Okay.
I think that what I have been projecting is that if we're talking about a sales tax, we're talking about county needs. Legally, we have the option to do a fire only sales tax. And I just want you to know that my position is, and I've said this in the fire authority meeting, is that if we're talking about sales tax, we're talking about county needs and fire needs, right? We're talking about the whole public safety team. We're talking about the sheriff's office and we're talking about EMS. If there's a desire for a fire only ballot measure, the vehicle that I intend to support, and this isn't a final answer, but the vehicle that I intend to support is a property tax vehicle. And that's what we need to work out with the municipalities. Next. I don't know that we want to call this agenda item final comments. I think that's continued discussion of public safety sales tax versus property tax.
So is that what you want to see on there? Discussion of public safety versus,
Continued discussion of public safety sales tax versus property tax versus fire dedicated property tax.
Versus fire dedicated.
we're going to read that back, Beth?
Yes. Continued discussion of public safety sales tax versus property tax versus fire dedicated property tax.
No, I don't think that's quite it.
No, it's just one or the other.
Which one?
Well,
I asked you to read it back.
Yeah.
The fire department, fire authority
Read again what you got.
versus public safety sales tax.
I have continued discussion of, and I have three things: public safety tax, property tax, fire dedicated property tax.
It's that middle option that needs to go away. Fire dedicated property tax or public safety sales tax for fire, sheriff and EMS. Two options.
Continued discussion of fire dedicated property tax or a public safety tax.
Got it.
It's going to be in one of those two funds.
And then I think the second one underneath financial planning is the state support for public safety needs.
Yes, state support for public safety needs. I think discussion of alternative revenue sources makes sense. I don't know that we want to talk about recreation tax, resort tax, et cetera. I think that this is around billing for services.
What should we just say, discussion of alternative revenue sources and then bring them up in the meeting? Without actually putting them on the agenda?
I think so. Just so you know, there's a little bit of a mixed opinion. Foothills Fire Department does bill for services and they claim to have fairly significant revenues from that. Not Foothills, Lookout Mountain, just east of us. Is that?
There's Foothills there and there's another one.
It is Foothills.
Yeah,
And they're getting significant revenues from charging people for services provided on the highway. We're hearing from the fire chief that we would not get significant revenues and it's not worth exploring. So that's something that's worth putting on the agenda.
And that's usually paid by their,
Paid by the people that
Insurance.
they're responding to. Yeah, you bill the insurance companies. Thank you. We have direct staff to prepare a historic analysis of public safety personnel and annual departmental budgets.
So again, I think that's the kind of data that's being collected right now for the narrative in that survey.
Right. Does staff need that direction? Staff has that.
Because we're providing historical numbers to Bill as he builds the narrative.
Okay. So
I think that's needed for this meeting.
maybe it stays on the agenda as an update. Oh, by the way, we are. But,
I can provide that up in the update on the survey.
okay, so that comes out.
Yeah.
Direct staff to draft a financial module to project funding needs to inform future decisions about public safety financial needs and resources.
Again, that feels like something we need to be doing for the three of you as opposed to for the larger joint meeting.
Yeah, so I think that comes off. When we have such a model, we could share it. And it would be on that agenda. Collaboration and resource allocation.
I think you and I discussed at least maybe that won't first bullet comes off the list for the time being.
I think so.
take it off. Collaboration and resource allocation, take it off.
The first bullet, the evergreen one.
Oh, okay, okay.
And then, there's a county update to attendees regarding county budget challenges. One of the things on the fire authority board, I asked for some indulgence and I said, can I share with you our financial challenges? And like, it was helpful, right? By the end of the conversation, they were going, oh, is that something that we are prepared to present? Or is that something that we maybe want to talk about in March?
Depends on how much detail you want to go in. I mean, we can rattle off our heads the $10 million number and what goes into that. You know, deficit spending every year, can't fund our compensation study, reliance on grants. I'm missing, there's a third, fourth one. Capital.
I think we need to keep reiterating that.
Is there an unintended consequence of doing that?
We shared it at our last meeting with them on December 13th.
Say again?
Makes it seem like an unsolvable problem.
Or it gives everybody a heads up that we're taking it seriously and we're continuing to work on it.
Well, it's an open forum to talk about recognizing it was a previous board, but they made some pretty serious cuts just in terms of laying staff off, et cetera, and it helps explain that.
Right.
My guess is that we can't complete the conversation, but we can start it. We can say, you know, we've got this deficit. We've got unfunded wages. We've got unfunded capital, you know, and kind of run them through that formula and say, what kind of questions do you have? And that can, you know, a little bit less formal of a presentation. Their questions might help inform this analysis.
So we just call that bullet county's ongoing budget challenges?
Yeah, and we can like have conversation about like, yeah, you know, the sheriff lives in the general fund and EMS is in a separate fund, and blah, blah, blah. What else?
Are we gonna have any discussions about timing of you know, moving people out of the annex, putting them into the county offices, selling that building?
That's, doesn't strike me as an agenda for this, which is about public safety financing as opposed to,
Okay.
I mean, this is my first take. I hear you say that.
I guess I was looking, public or financing period, so. I mean, I've heard that discussed a lot and I'm just wondering,
Yeah,
you know, when that's gonna happen and,
well, that's kind of a topic for Thursday, actually.
okay, great.
I think that it's reasonable to expect that a lot of our goals will be directly related to resolving our budget challenges. And that as we're talking as on the agenda item about our budget challenges, that's relevant content.
Yeah,
We need like a separate agenda item, but I think you're right. That's relevant content. Oh, and here's what we're gonna try to pull off this year, right? And there's a lot of things that we might decide to try to do. Like the facilities assessment, looking into housing inmates in other counties, et cetera, et cetera. What else? What's missing? What's can be stated better? I think we're done.
let me recap. Make sure we're on the same page, what's going on this agenda for Beth also. So under public communication and outreach, we're gonna do a public safety financing survey update. We'll call it that. Review of the FAQ document. Under financial planning. Continued discussion of fire dedicated property tax and public safety tax. Discussion of alternative revenue sources. And state support for public safety needs. Public safety needs.
My only comment is I want to put that evaluating our options as the last thing, right? Let's build context and then let's share opinions.
Say that again?
You want that as the last agenda?
Which one?
I mean, explore alternative revenue
The
sources.
the discussion about fire dedicated property tax measure.
Okay, you want that one last underneath financial planning.
Got it.
So do we agree? Seems like the rest of that could help contribute to informing those.
Sure. And then under collaboration, we've got the county's ongoing budget challenges.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense to have it be below that too. Like the last thing on the agenda would be.
So maybe let's get rid of the whole collaboration resource allocation subject line and put the county's ongoing budget challenges up underneath financial planning. Then makes the one you want last.
Good plan?
Yep.
Peter, is it? Nothing else on the agenda. We're adjourned. Thank you all for your time.
Can Peter and